disciplined zone guy. You took a lot of pitches, and
I did.
And you hit well.
I did later on. You know, you get into the league, you don't get there by walking a lot, but you figure it out that if you're going to there's a line drive right at Wisely. If you're going to hit at the top of the order, you got to get on somehow. So Cheerio retired.
Well, this generation, on-base percentage is almost as important as batting average. It is a huge plus if you could have a 325 or above on-base percentage.
Mitchell lined out to left. It was a terrific catch by Elliot Ramos. Garrett Mitchell chases, and it's a ball and a strike. Herzog's been good. I mean, he has allowed a couple of hard contact, but no walks and a couple of strikeouts. He's only allowed one hit. 1-2.
No, he backed it up. He goes change up. He gets a swing through. Then he comes right through his letters with 97 miles per hour. And that's what they want to see from him. They want to see attack mode with that fastball.
Well, 97. I think that's why you have to be pretty high on this kid.
And he's 23 years old. He's going to get more velocity in these next 2 or 3 years.
Bounce to Luciano, who gets a tricky hop. Well, come enjoy San Francisco 49ers Day this Saturday as the Giants take on the Padres. The first 50,000 fans. They're going to get an SF hat in 49ers colors presented by Xfinity. Now, arrive early. See 49ers legend and recent Pro Bowl Hall of Famer linebacker Patrick Willis throughout the first pitch. sfgiants.com/promotions.
I miss watching that guy play football. Patrick Willis was something else.
He was good. He moved like a free safety at the middle linebacker position. 1-1 to William Contreras. Two balls and one strike. So Contreras now will lean on a pitch that he likes. First walk issued.
Well, if you have to walk somebody, doing it with 2 outs is probably your best option. But you never like to put anybody on base ahead of a guy who's got 102 RBIs like Willie Adames stepping in the box.
Adames on a pop-up to right field. And a tough Sky Yastrzemski hangs in there, and that'll end the inning. Yaz to lead things off.
Ground ball up the middle. Polanco smothers, flips it out of the glove. Rehot's a bare hand. In time, the double play of the year. How can you not smile about that one? It's a terrific play all the way around. Wasn't sure he's going to get to it. The flip, barehanded, and then able to get the throw off to finish the double play. Yeah, Logan likes it.
from center. Cowser back. Track. Wall. See ya. Back-to-back. Soto and Judge. 6-1 Yanks. Now that's a new Yankee team record. 34 home runs before the All-Star break. He was in a tie with Maris. So he has 34 before the break. And he's going to Texas for the All-Star game.
Chourio struck out his last time up.
Chourio, deep right center. Back it goes and gone! First big league homer for Jackson Chourio. Using the big part of the field.
And where does he hit it? To the opposite field, right? I mean, that is impressive for a young kid like that. Number 1 for Chourio. Gotta love it. He's a good one. He's going to be good for a long time.
For Plays of the Day, brought to you by your California Ford dealers. 14 years ago today at Petco Park, Buster Posey had a 2-run homer into the right field jury box off of Matt Latos in the top of the first inning. Lincecum added a 2-run single off Latos in the 4th inning, and the Giants would win that ball game 6-1. And with the win, the Giants tied the Padres for first place in the National League West.
Remember, we just talked about that home run that Buster hit when we were in San Diego this past weekend.
Yeah. The jury box.
Yeah, that was a game that they needed too. So here we go in a 0-0 game. Only one hit for each team as Yastrzemski to lead things off, and Yaz takes a strike. He popped out to left field back in the first inning. Pops again, this one out of play. Milwaukee fans
enjoying Oracle Park. Brewers fans, they have fun wherever they're at.
Another pop-up out of play.
One of the best vibes in baseball. Seeing a baseball game in Milwaukee, a lot of fun.
Off the end of the bat, and a new bat for Yastrzemski.
That's almost a pretty good wad ball bat. It's how you kill time in a rainout. You get a bat that's been split like that almost in half, lengthwise. Then you put a little tape on it. Then you get some sanitary socks, and you put tape on it. Now you got a wad ball, and have at it.
Well, yeah, you can play inside.
Exactly. Candlestick, they used to have a section of the clubhouse was downstairs. It was an extended clubhouse for the 49ers who shared the stadium with the Giants, and that's where we play wad ball.
No swing.
Not that we had a ton of rainouts at Candlestick.
Just in case. Got him.
High fastball above the hands. That's exactly where he wanted to plant that. That's 4 strikeouts, all swing and miss strike threes. He has an uppercut, and that's exploiting a guy's swing.
Ramos rolled out to third. Swing and a miss. Nothing in 2. And now Montas is on a roll.
Now he's throwing some perfect sliders to Ramos. He did so in his first at bat as well.
0-2 pitch. All back again. Those last two pitches nearly in the same spot.
Away, 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 away. 4 pitches, 2 sliders, 2 fastballs, all in the outside corner. And I mean, they're striping the outside corner.
Got him. So 3 strikeouts in a row.
Just a subtle change of grip, and this is all this is. He showed him 2 fastballs with 4-seam movement prior, and here he goes 2-seam movement, and he gives up on it, and the movement comes back into the strike zone and sits him down. I mean, for Montas, I mean, he definitely is a guy that understands the fastball. When you see that 3-pitch sequence that struck out Elliot Ramos.
Chapman 0 for 1.
You know, I look at every night and I just can't get used to how a catcher in this generation will set a target, and when your pitcher's in the motion, he'll take the target and he'll drop it completely down to the ground.
Or put it up too late.
Yeah, I mean, set the target and just leave it there. Because you're being asked to throw to a moving target. It's the whole style of the new way to catch, just to be able to take your hand and bring back a low pitch into the strike zone by momentum, and which is why they dropped the glove all the way down.
So a violation puts Chapman on first.
I think if Montas was listening to me talk about catcher's glove and got distracted.
Yep, I think he was agreeing with you and got caught.
All right, 3 steps off. Once he stepped off, it was over.
Well, make it hurt. Here's Lamont Wade Jr., who's got the only hit in the game for the Giants. Down and in. Remember, he's got 2 lifetime home runs off of this right-hander.
Well, and Montas knows it. You have 9 at-bats against a guy, he's taken you deep twice. You know exactly where those spots were that he took you deep.
Well, just missed. It's 3-0.
He's got Encarnacion, the right-handed hitter, on deck. And he's got an open base.
And he pours in a strike.
Lamont Wade Jr. had no intention to swing at that 3-0 pitch.
He comes back with 2 pretty good pitches. It's 3-2. Runner goes, and the walk. Well, Giants, by way of the walk, have a runner in scoring position for Encarnacion. Now a message from Lazy Boy.
We're starting a movement. Well, technically a don't movement.
Because we work hard and want to relax harder.
It's the Lazy Boy trade-in event. Save 20% on everything. Lazy Boy. Long live the lazy.
Encarnacion struck out in the second. Remember, he had swung through a couple of fastballs, and you can imagine, look, he's a DH. He didn't have to go on the field. He's been thinking about that fastball a couple of times. Drives it to right. And Frelick is going to track it down. Giants strand a pair. Here comes the fifth.
Rookie Adrian Del Castillo in his second major.
You have to let your hands think for themselves, but he just missed it. I guarantee he smelled it and he heard it.
Hoskins struck out in the third. And he takes down low.
I think Bersong has to do is make sure that Frelick is stopped at first base before he continues home. Don't let him walk into a lead.
One ball and one strike to Hoskins. Out of play. Good fastball away.
A lot of power in that batter's box with Hoskins. He can hit the ball as far as anybody in the National League.
In the dirt. And Casale blocked it.
That's such a heads-up play, but you create that as a base runner. When you take your secondary league, watch the fly of the ball. When you see that it's going to be in the dirt, that's your cue to go. And Frelick's jump was outstanding, and he took that base easily.
Three and two.
Now this becomes a big pitch.
This will be the first at bat for Milwaukee with a runner in scoring position. Got him.
And this is one that Hoskins is going to think about it. He was up there looking for an off-speed pitch. He was not looking fastball. And you see that a lot in this generation. A lot of guys will sit on a pitch even in a 3-2 count or a 2-strike count. That's a big get for Birdsong.
Here's Ortiz.
Giants show Ortiz some respect. That's a pretty straightaway defensive set, infield and outfield.
Comes back with a strike.
Just a slight play to pull with Luciano at second base. Other than that, it's pretty much wherever Doubleday put him.
Fouled out of play. So 1-2. Tapper slowly hit. Wisely's got to go. They got him. Nice play. Giants are coming up.
Well hit deep right. The power of De La Cruz. 4 extra base hits. He just crushed his second homer of the game. What a souvenir. Reds get one back in a big way. His 3rd career multi-home run game.
Mookie Betts climbs in. Betts hits this one in the air to left field. Ramos going back at the wall. Leadoff home run. So a day after Betts gets his first extra base hit in a couple weeks, he hits his first home run in nearly a month.
Wind or no wind, Mookie feels good about that swing.
And that is the 50th big league game. Mookie Betts has set a tone with a home run. Soto drives that in the air to left field, and it is gone. Soto drives that the other way again. Guess what? Juan Soto goes oppo again.
Celebrate Hispanic culture this Sunday during Fiesta Gigantes. First 15,000 fans will receive a Fiesta Gigantes shirt, flag rather, presented by Coors Light. Additionally, please be in your seats by 12:30 p.m. to attend Orlando Cepeda's Celebration of Life. Learn more and get Padres Giants ticket at sfgiants.com/fiesta. Gigantes flag.
Bottom of the order for the Giants here in the 5th. And McRae chases, and it's no balls and 1 strike.
Giants have Eric Miller getting ready in their bullpen. It looks to me like Birdsong's night is over. And boy, did he deal tonight.
Woo! 0-2.
really aggressive with the fastball, had a nice command of his specialty pitches down around the knees. And there's his line. 3 base runners in 5 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. And he'll sleep good tonight.
One and 2 to Grant McCray. Giants lefty getting ready. Fouled off the backstop.
Brian Price shook Birdsong's hand for like a minute. And that's a pitching coach that is proud of his young right-hander.
Yeah, you wanted Birdsong to hear everything he had to say.
Yeah, he was holding him there, and he was pointing out all the things he did, and I think he was talking a lot about the fastball tonight. It was really a good pitch for him. He did not nibble.
McCray gets it to 3-2. Foul, and then got CB Buckner.
Yeah, don't rub it, CB. Don't rub it. Matt Williams checking in on him saying, hey, how's that Schinberger feel?
There was a time, CB.
Yep.
He jumped too soon, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Got him with the foot.
Yep. Got him. Second time Montas has got Grant McCray. Here's Casale. Casale struck out. He's 0 for 1. Montas has got 6 strikeouts, and he walked back-to-back hitters in the 4th.
Yeah, Montas' slider's been outstanding tonight. I mean, he has been very consistent to the outside corner. And when that thing is caught, it's right down there around the knees. He has not hung that pitch one time.
Out of play.
Good pitch, good take. 3-1 and 0-2 or a 1-2 slider to be below the strike zone. But it was a teaser for a long time.
Two and 2. '84 pitches for Montas.
That's good news. I mean, you want to be 75 or less at the end of the 5th inning. So the Giants have gotten some pitches out of Montas, which could be a big thing in this game.
Casale with a drive to left. Hit well. And it's off the bottom of the wall. He's going to have to hurry. The throw is wide, and he's got a double.
I think Casale thought he got it. I mean, that is right in the wheelhouse. Just they set an outside target. This goes right out over the middle of the plate, just below the belt. And in a 2-strike count, he puts a charge into it, slams against the wall. About halfway up.
So the Giants now have their second at bat with a runner in scoring position, and this is Wisely. And Wisely looks at a strike. Out of play and a quick 0-2. And the next pitch is wide, 1-2.
See where Montas is on the rubber. I mean, he's his extreme first base side of the rubber. I always like pitching against guys who did that because it did mess me up. If you're sharing the same hole with a pitcher on the mound, that could mess you up.
Got him.
Good split. 7 strikeouts. And it's a perfect pitch. A 1-2 count. It just means you want to start it low and let it just fall out of the zone. And hope he chases, and Wisely could not lay off.
Luciano hitting for the second time. He struck out in the third. No balls and 1 strike. And on the ground to Adames. And that'll end the inning. Inning number 6 coming up.
Yordan hits one into right field for a base hit. Yordan Alvarez, who crunches one deep to right. Forget about it. Hits this ball hard to center field. Back goes Julio, still going back near the wall. This ball's caught by Rodriguez. No, Yordan's going to go for third. And he hits one down the line in right field. This could be the cycle. Yordan heading to second base. He is going to get there.
Raffy, 18 home runs for the year, leading the club at 51 runs batted in. And a liner into right field. That's down for a base hit. Here comes Hamilton rounding. Judge firing to the plate. The dive. He is safe at home. And the Red Sox have tied it on the 1,000th hit of Raffy Devers' career. Wouldn't you know it would come against Garrett Cole and producing a run.
You knew it was just set yesterday, the way the game went on.
Harper looking for his first hit. Fly ball left center field. Pretty well hit. Benson's going back. It's gone! First home run of the year. And Bryce Harper hooks one out toward right. Pretty deep. It is gone! It's his second.
Well, congratulations to Logan Webb, the Bay Area's Baseball Writers Association of America's 2024 Bill Rigney Award winner for outstanding cooperation with the media, especially for occasionally spicing things up with his language. Always accountable and honest and interesting. A+. Oh, those guys from Rockland.
Well, that's from Susan.
Susan Slusser.
Eric Miller, the new pitcher, when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. Miller's had a nice year, but now he needs to throw a strike.
He needs to throw a strike again. That was an easy take. Yeah, that's a note from Susan Slusser, who's been the California Sports Writer of the Year, I think 3 times.
Yeah, Fitzgerald are telling us left with lower back spasms. Who had those? So have you.
Oh, yeah. Part of the game.
Up the middle, but right at Wisely. The manager of the Giants makes sure somebody different brings out the lineup card unless they won the night before. So Webb brought out the lineup card last night.
So he's good luck. Run it out there again.
Miller. Got to hurry. Nope.
That is so maddening. You have all the time in the world, and you just take your eye off the ball, and you start too soon. You can't start until you have the ball secure in your glove.
Yeah, it took a little weird hop on him. Here's Mitchell. Chirios can run. He's got 20 steals. Two balls and no strikes. And a soft toss. This is the top of the 6th inning. Swing and a miss. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Changeup and a nice one on the 2-0 count. Something he didn't do at all at the start of this year. He wasn't throwing that changeup to left-handed hitters. He does now. And they haven't done much with it.
Comes back with a strike. This time a fastball.
It's a beautiful thing about a changeup. It plants a seed in the guy's brain, and it really sets up the fastball. That's a nice comeback. He was down the count 2-0. And he goes changeup, fastball, and here he goes breaking ball. Ooh. That may have been a changeup too. That was a good one.
Contreras takes a strike. Contreras takes his at bat against the lefty.
Right now, Miller's really taking away the running game for Churio because he's got such a quick slide step delivery. That's an unload time of under a second. That's right there where Kirk Reeder used to live.
1-2. Yeah, Woody was quick, wasn't he?
He was real quick. He did all the little things better than anybody.
Including all the games you play in the clubhouse, in a bar.
Yeah, he was a savant.
One and two.
Tried to muscle up on that fastball in the 1-2 counts. A lot of times when you try and add fastball, you fly the front shoulder, drag, miss high. Such was the case.
Hit up the middle. Wisely shovels it to Luciano. And now the Giants are coming up with Yastrzemski to lead it off.
You're one of the more flexible players on the team, Gemini, and you have a wide variety of skills beyond your designated position. You want to master all of the different roles of baseball, but that can hold you back instead of improving your inherent talents. Leaning into what feels the most comfortable and natural for you as a player will bring out your best on the diamond.
Well hit deep right. The power of De La Cruz. 4 extra base hits. He just crushed his second homer of the game. What a souvenir. Reds get one back in a big way. His 3rd career multi-home run game.
Harper looking for his first hit. Fly ball left center field. Pretty well hit. Benson's going back. It's gone! First home run of the year. And Bryce Harper hooks one out toward right. Pretty deep. It is gone! It's his 2nd home run of the night. Yeah, it's hooked deep to right center field. No doubt about it. A 3-homer game. He caps it off with a grand slam.
High fly ball, deep right field off the bat of Soto. There it goes. See ya. Into the bleachers, a long home run. And the Yankees lead. He's done it again. A 2-home run day for Judge.
Well, get ready to fly. All fans in attendance at tomorrow's game will receive an Alaska Airlines buy one, get one flight voucher. And you and a guest can fly to some unbelievable locations with Alaska Airlines. sfgiants.com/Alaska, and terms and conditions apply. Like 1 to a seat, things like that.
It's one of the most popular giveaways of the year.
It is. It always has been. Yaz is 0 for 2. And he takes a strike. Both teams with 2 hits. Kind of an old National League showdown with a DH. 0-2.
Montas has really been tough tonight with the location of everything. I mean, he's staying around that strike zone. Inside corner, outside corner, down around the 4. They're up there looking for a mistake. Most guys look middle in, but the guys that look middle away, they're looking for something up they can drive.
That stays alive.
And when you have command of all 4 of your pitches like Montas has had tonight.
Close pitch.
Yeah, even his misses for the most part have been pretty close to the strike zone, and close enough to at least make you think. Except that one. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah. 97 pitches. Figured last inning.
Yeah, probably this deep into the year. One overextended guy this late, especially when you're getting ready to get to the playoffs.
Got him.
All right, Mr. Throwback. It's a Peacock original series starring Steph Curry. Every episode is streaming right now only on Peacock.
Ramos, a ground ball to third, and then a strikeout. And a foul back on a fastball up and in. Bouncy ball up the middle. This could be a beauty. And they got him.
Wow. What a play from Bryce Terang.
His momentum carries him all the way over to where Ortiz, the third baseman's playing.
I mean, this is such a difficult angle because of the stress it puts on your arm. You have to have a good arm to make this play, and from a second baseman's perspective, that's an exceptional arm.
Yeah, I don't make that play. Slow roller, Hoskins to Montas. All right, 7th inning coming up.
I wouldn't bet against you, Parker.
Ground ball up the middle. Polanco smothers, flips it out of the glove. Rehot's a bare hand. In time, the double play of the year. How can you not smile about that one? It's a terrific play all the way around. Wasn't sure he's going to get to it. The flip, barehanded, and then able to get the throw off to finish the double play. Yeah, Logan likes it.
This will be the 7th pitch to Langford. And he hammers that ball deep out to left. Gone! The Langford grand slam is opening up for the Rangers. 6-0.
Man, he fouled off pitch after pitch. He got the one he wanted. He knew he got it right away. We're starting to see this career take off.
Broken now, right field, and Gunnar Henderson has gone yard again to start the game. And with that, Gunnar Henderson holds the new single-season title for home runs by an Oriole shortstop. Move over Cal and move over Miguel Tejada. It's now Gunnar Henderson's world.
Now Heim has a chance at redemption. Infield moves back. And he rifles one to right center. He is going to get the redemption. Heim walks it off. The Rangers win the opener. Baseball. Unbelievable.
Time now for our game summary. It's brought to you by Toyota, and it has been a pitching duel between the Giants and the Brewers. Frankie Montas, 6 strong innings, 8 strikeouts, just a couple of hits. Hayden Birdsong threw 5, just 3 base runners, 2 hits, a knock. He was outstanding. He handed it over to Eric Miller, who threw up a 0 in the top of the 6th, and we go to the top of the 7th inning. No score. And a new pitcher now, Kipe. Who we got?
We got Camilo Duvall, who has been extended some more time because they came out and worked on the mound. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. They're working on the mound.
You talked with Greg Elliott, the head groundskeeper today, who's in charge of this beautiful ballpark, and what a great job he and his crew do. He said there's a different type of clay in the landing area than the clay that they have right there by the slab, the pitching slab, the rubber. And it's a mix. The same clay you have in the landing area is the same clay that they use in the batter's boxes. Talk about, well, what kind of grass you got out there? Well, bluegrass, Bermuda. So that hasn't really changed a whole lot over the years. And I said, what's the biggest challenge? Oh, yeah, it used to be the concerts, but now we pretty much got that down. Not a problem. And they really do. They have concerts, and we no longer see a big imprint out in the outfield where the grass has died. Even when they leave the flooring for the stage on for 5, 6, 7 days at a time. But once again, I mean, Greg Elliott and his crew had a great year, and we appreciate him.
I mean, you can't tell that there was a concert 10 days ago.
Yeah, you really can't. Used to be a candlestick. That mound would break down at every 2 innings.
I don't even want to tell you about the Cleveland days.
So the Giants finally figured it out. They got some from dirt from some of the Colma graveyards, and they made a mound on it, out of it, and it kind of took away the nightly big hole you'd have when your foot would land, and you just hated it when somebody was like an inch away from where you landed, and it'd be awful. And I know guys that their career ended on that mound at Candlestick. It wasn't an easy mound. The other thing too, in September, when the Niners started playing there, they'd take that mound down and then rebuild it, and it never was settled. It was crumbly. It was awful.
When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. Adames to face Duvall first.
That first pitch strike is always an indication of what type of release Duvall has, and that was a nice pitch right at the knees.
Remember we used to say that about Santiago Casilla?
Yeah, same thing. Until he threw that first strike, I mean, he was not settled. One strike, and it would just completely relieve him. If you come out and you throw a ball, every ball you throw after that, it's not a strike, it adds to the anxiety. And now right now, this becomes a big pitch for Duvall.
It really does.
But you know, Adames is going to really hone in on one pitch, one location here in the 3-1 advantage.
It's only the second walk issued by Giants pitching.
Now that's a leadoff walk to a guy with 18 steals on the year.
And a pitcher that really hasn't quite figured out a technique to hold runners close. And Adames has got a big lead. He does not go, and that pitch is low.
He's going to go. It's just a matter of when.
Yep. I agree. Oh, you've been made. There's Bivens. Two balls and a strike.
So would that qualify Willie Adames with a Little League home run, a walk, and 3 wild pitches?
Absolutely. Three and one. Strike. It's 3 and 2.
I think one of the hardest things for an umpire is to maintain your concentration in your strike zone when a pitcher's all over the place. normally those corners start to shrink when you're throwing the ball as wide as Doval is throwing.
Nice job by Frelick on the carom.
Yeah, it's like he plays there every day. The right field side of this ballpark is so difficult to play because of the different materials that are out there. You've got wood where it says Levi's Landing. You got brick, you got cement, you got chain link, you got padding. And the ball comes off every one of those a little bit differently. And he played it like he was Yastrzemski.
Here's McRae, who takes a strike, and it's 0-1. McRae is 0 for 2. And 2.
It's a good fastball at the hands at 97.
One and 2. Got him.
You know, when you're up there as a left-handed hitter, you get behind the count 1-2. And you're thinking breaking ball. And here he comes back with 97 and absolutely puts it right there perfect, where Contreras hardly had to move the glove.
Here's Casale, who doubled off the wall in the 5th. And he takes high. And it looked like Casale was taken all the way. It's 2-0. Two-0 pitch and a strike. Casale goes the other way, and that was foul. Giants needed that one to be fair.
Well, that guy hadn't played right. Good fan. See where he got it. Barehander, commando style. Bring a glove, meat.
Runner goes, and this is kicked by Adames. So the Giants with life. The fact that Encarnacion was running may have played into that.
So you think it may have taken a little concentration off. He got a weird hop. He had to try and back up on this. It's almost like he got hit a changeup.
Yeah, I mean, with the runner going, he couldn't go to second for the out. So here's Wisely.
E6. Easy call. Got pretty good arms in the outfield for the Brewers. Strong arms in left and center, but a very fundamentally sound arm in right field. And what that all means with Encarnacion, who runs well for a big man, and he's going to get a 2-out jump. No guarantee if the ball's hit right out an outfielder that Matt Williams is going to green-light him to try and score.
Wisely takes a close pitch, but down low.
See Wisely, when he's swinging it good, he'll go to left field against left-handed pitching a lot.
Couple of good takes. Eventually, you think you're going to get that fastball away.
And again, that's 98 miles an hour in perfect location. And that causes Wisely to call a timeout, think about it a bit. Now you get short, you put it in play, and hope if you make contact it finds a hole. Defend.
Got him.
Libera tu espíritu ganador. Apuestas deportivas y cientos de juegos de casino. Disfruta de pagos en minutos, una plataforma segura y atención personalizada en todo momento. Pronostica, diviértete y lleva tu pasión al siguiente nivel. Betcris.
The Phillies than anybody else. This is going back on the run out to the scoreboard, and it is gone! Swing out to center field. That one's well hit. Going back is Pages. It is gone! He's hit one to left. He's hit one to right. And now he hits one to center field.
High fly ball.
What else to say other than to listen to you say, see ya.
Josh Naylor. In center field, it's not coming back all the way into the bullpen. Josh Naylor with his second home run in as many games.
NBC Sports Bay Area. Spencer Bivens is the new pitcher when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change in Auto Service, your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. And Bivens is facing Joey Ortiz.
21st appearance on the year for Bivens. Had a really nice season. 3-1 with a 2.77 ERA. Bivens, long and lanky.
Down low, 2 balls and a strike. Down the right field line, this could be trouble, and it's just fouled off the wall.
All right, let's take a look at how foul this ball was. By a bunch. But off the crack of the bat, we were a little bit worried.
A little bit worried. So Ortiz back in the box. Chopper to first for Canna. Canna goes to the bag. And here's Terang. Terang is bounced out to the shortstop. Once to Fitzgerald and once to Wisely. That pitch is a strike. Diving to his right is Luciano, and it pops off of his glove. So Chourio at the plate with good speed at first and one out. High drive to right and gone. I have to tell you something, Mike. I haven't seen many no-doubters to right field from a right-handed hitter.
Yeah, that's home run number 20 on the year for Chourio. I mean, this ballpark opened up in 2000. That's the 76th home run hit to right field by either team. Now, he gets a good pitch here, but that's a powerful swing right there. He backspins it out of here. And the second night in a row, we've seen right field with carry, and you don't see that very often. That's impressive.
So here's a Mitchell. Mitchell takes down low.
What do you think about that? It's 2000. That's just the 76th time that a right-handed hitter has hit a home run to right field.
One ball and one strike.
2020.
Get up the middle. Wisely will cut in front of Luciano.
Yeah, those are handshakes of respect right there. Every once in a while, a guy will do something that's just not normal.
Not normal.
And that home run from Chourio, that was a not normal homer.
Here's Contreras. One ball and one strike. Taps this one foul.
That home run makes him a 20-20. Just the third guy in baseball history to have a 20 under the age of 20. Vada Pinson and Mike Trout, the other two.
And that one's foul back.
I mean, the Rookie of the Year conversation is going to be a long one this year. There's some pretty good candidates. Merrill down in San Diego, Chourio. Tanner Fitzgerald, I mean, he's got a nice little argument and won't stand up against the two for Chourio or Merrill, but and there's other guys that have had great rookie campaigns. A lot of good young talent coming into the league.
He had hardly played any games by Chourio in the major leagues. This is bounced to third. And Chourio signed an 8-year contract, $82 million.
He's lived up to it.
Why?
Rookie Adrian Del Castillo in his second major league game. It's a fly ball to right field, and he's the first player in Diamondbacks history whose first career home run is a walk-off winner. Diamondbacks win it. Unbelievable. His second big league game. That's his third hit tonight. His first major league home run is a walk-off winner.
Soto. Soto hammers this to right field and gone. A solo shot for Juan Soto, his 10th of the year, and we are all tied up. And this is belted and deep and way gone. Wow. First multi-home run game with the Yankees, 18th of his career.
And that'll bring up Rizzo, sitting on 299 career home runs. High fly ball, deep right center. That ball is gone. See ya. Home run number 300 for Anthony Rizzo. A 2-run shot, and the Yankees lead 15-5. 161st player in big league history to hit that number 300.
Raffaello with a fly ball to right field, tagging up. It'll be Yoshida. He will scamper in to score. And there's a shot down the line. He hooks that one all the way to the track.
Hey, have a day, Sadon.
Well, check out the Kaiser Wire Cam, and it's presented by Kaiser Permanente. There it is in action, as it'll take you all around the ballpark and then flip around and do a 360. And we will have the Kaiser Wire Cam until the end of the year. And then we're all chipping in.
We're all chipping in.
For next year.
Amen. It's that good.
Luciano, when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts.
42nd appearance on the year for McGill. 6 foot 8 inches in height, 240 pounds in weight, and he throws 98 to 100 mile an hour fastballs and a curveball. 2-pitch guy.
And 0-2 already to Luciano. He got him, and he did.
99 mile an hour paint outside corner at the knees. And all you can do is take it, tip your cap. And that's a perfect pitch.
Yastrzemski, 0 for 3. He pounds it, doesn't he?
He does. I mean, he just comes right at you. And until you get to a 2-strike count, you're not really going to look for that curveball because it's a big one with a straight drop because of the high release. That's the other thing, too, about McGill. He's 6'8" with a high 3/4 release. Not many of those guys around. He can create some serious tilt with that release.
Got him. Now a message from Supercuts.
Baristas, highly caffeinated, finely coiffed.
It's a ritual.
So baristas get their follicle fix at Supercuts. And honestly, could this many baristas be wrong?
Here's Ramos. Well, I mean, you see this stuff and you think he could be a closer.
Yeah, well, he definitely has the 8th inning. He's the setup guy. He's just playing country hardball right now, just rearing back and throwing it hard.
0-2.
I mean, there's zero finesse in the game. He's rock throwing right now. And he knows he's got a good fastball tonight.
Got him. Strikes out the side. 9th inning coming up.
Wow. 105.
Can't let anything go by.
105.
105.1. That was a legit 105 right there. That's
Strike 3 call. 105 on the inner edge. 105 miles an hour. Catches Machado looking, and all he can do is bow to the great Aroldis Chapman of the Pirates.
Here's Raffy. 27 home runs for the season, 199 in his career. High drive center field. McCarthy backing up, turning around. She's gone. Number 200 for Raffy Devers. Over the center field wall at Fenway Park. A 3-run shot here against Arizona as he touches home plate, his 200.
Out away from winning it. Clase's 0-2 is fouled into the glove for strike 3. Good morning, good afternoon, and good night to the National League. The AL's back on top with a 10th win in the last 11 All-Star games.
Well, we saw a little bit of everything. We saw power. We saw power arms. It looked really good for the National League after Shohei Ohtani hit the 3-run homer, but then quickly the American League tied it right out in the bottom of the inning and never looked back.
1-0. And this ball in the air to deep center field. D'Elia hit another one. He just did. And he's tied it up. This ball is a little bit toward the end, but it's still deep, and it's gone. That is gone. That was over the orange line, I believe. This ball is touched to left center field.
Well, right after the game. Stay tuned for Toyota Giants postgame live. You get Laura, George, and Sergio. Highlights, interviews, and more coming up. On the ground on the first pitch is Adames, and wisely throws him out. Here's Gary Sanchez. Sanchez 1 for 3.
The other guy.
So 2-0 with 1 out.
Gary Sanchez will green light a 3-0 pitch here. If he gets his pitch, he'll have at it.
And a strike. Swing and a miss, 3-2. So Sanchez steps out. Now he gets back in. And he dribbles this one foul.
You've got Devin Williams on your right. You have Yoel Payamps on the left. Depending on the score, if it stays 3-0, you'll see Williams. slider. Gary Sanchez knew it. That's a hat trick for Sanchez.
And a strike call to Frelick. Frelick has hurt the Giants more on defense as they have on offense tonight. Pops this one up to left field. And Ramos will put it away. So the Giants have some work to do. Bottom of the ninth coming up.
That one is blasted deep to right field, and the Phillies get this road trip off on a good note. It's his 12th leadoff home run of the year. Oh, man, he drills one in deep right field, and that one is gone. His second home run of the game, and a high fly ball in deep right field. They've come all the way back. Kyle Schwarber's third home run of the night. Unbelievable.
You talk about making a statement.
And Lawrence Butler sends one out towards center field, and it's going to get in the bullpen. Lawrence Butler with another homer. And Lawrence Butler to left field and tracking back at the wall, jumping. It's gone. That has been their calling card. Is he going to make it 3? Lawrence Butler's second deck. He has announced himself with authority today.
3 runs, 4 hits. For the Brewers, no runs, 3 hits. For the Giants, now will have to go after the Brewers closer. He's a good one. And it's Devin Williams.
He is indeed a good one. Got a mid to high 90s fastball, a cutter, but he is known for the alien changeup. It's one of the best changeups in the National League. See his numbers on the year. He has had some health issues. This is his 17th game on the year.
Facing Matt Chapman, who's 0 for 2. And he takes the strike. Takes another one. Chapman drew a walk in the 4th inning. So that's the only time he's been on base. Wade, Encarnacion, and Casali are the 3 Giants hitters with hits. Got him.
And there is the changeup. I mean, it's the hardest pitch to look for. And when a guy has a really good one like Williams, I mean, he literally can tell you it's coming, and it's not an easy thing to make contact.
Here's Canna. Canna takes a strike. Giants have now struck out 14 times tonight. And their last 6 outs that they've made have been by way of a strikeout. This is wrapped into center field, and Canna's got a hit.
You always count on a good at-bat from Mark Canna. Always. He is going to grind you. And very few are able to say that they've got a hit off that changeup. There, I mean, he took his legs out, but he kept his hands back, used the middle of the field, and that may have been the plan.
Encarnacion swings and misses at that high fastball. He went off the wall in right field, but was held to a single in the 7th inning. Takes a strike. Goes after that high fastball. Fouls it. I think that one got to the upper deck.
Well, that makes it a good ballpark. According to our partner, John Miller, it's not a good ballpark unless you can foul a ball in the upper deck.
Lined fair down the left field line. On the move is Canna, and they're going to hold him at third. Encarnacion with a double.
I mean, your best defense against a good changeup is to think the opposite way. And let him speed your bat up, and that's exactly what he did. I mean, he had both cheeks into that changeup. And we've known that ever since he's got to the Giants, I mean, the right field is a strong part of his game. You sit, look fastball, right field, and if he throws a changeup, that's the one you can pull, and he does a great job of it.
So here's the rook, Grant McCray. Swing, going to miss, and it's 0-1. He's 0 for 3 with a couple of strikeouts. Way outside to even the count. Patrick Bailey has grabbed a bat. He's on deck. Well, foul. It's 1-2.
Valley Cap time, indeed.
Got him.
That's a hat trick for McCray. Climbs the ladder with the fastball. And he can't lay off. That is right to the scout report.
Here's Patrick Bailey. Bailey coming off a good game. Hitting for Casale. One ball and no strikes. That changeup. He's always had it, hasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he first came to the big leagues. I mean, we saw him and thought, oh, my goodness, that's a special changeup. He climbed the ladder to the closer role. When he got to the big leagues, Josh Hader was the closer for the Brewers. That was a rough 1-2 punch for you at the 8th and 9th inning between those guys.
So 1-2. High foul out of play. Get on the ground to second. That's Terang, and that's the ball game. The Brewers take the series. Overall, they go 4-2 against the Giants this year. And tonight, if you want to talk about a positive, that's what we'll do. Hayden Birdsong was good. He was back on his feet.
He is back on his feet. He was very good, and that was the highlight of this ball game. And really, it was a well-pitched, well-played game, and until the Giants got into the 7th inning, and Camilo Duvall just, I mean, he walks a leadoff hitter, then he has 3 wild pitches, and it kind of took the steam out of this Giants effort. They wound up losing this ball game 3-0, but the point you make about Birdsong, that is the highlight.
That's where we are here in September. Final score, it's the Brewers 3 and the Giants 0. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned. Toyota Giants post-game live is going to start right now.
The Giants follow up one of their best offensive performances of the season with one of their worst, a shutout loss to the Brewers tonight as the Giants fall to 3 games below 500 with a 72-75 record. 3-0 the final from Oracle Park tonight. We welcome you inside the NBC Sports Bay Area studios. It's Toyota Giants postgame live. Glad to have you along with us this Thursday night. Laura Britt, George Contos, and Sergio Romo in for his final show of the season. And tonight, a really disappointing loss for the Giants. It was a great start from Hayden Birdsong after he had a rough few starts over the past 6 starts. And then the offense not really able to get anything going. And then, of course, what happened with Camilo Duvall. We'll get into that in just a little bit.
Well, obviously, you're riding the high coming into this game with all the offense that we had yesterday with the Giants scoring their 2nd most runs and getting all the hits, 17 that they had in the season. And you expect that to continue. And they just unfortunately weren't able to get anything going against Frankie Montas, who really threw the ball well today, I thought, Romy.
I mean, you got to give credit when credit's due. And tonight, Frankie Montas really did his job. He really did a number on this Giants lineup, mixing his pitches, almost seeming to pitch backwards at the beginning of the game. And then as they went into the 2nd and 3rd times through the lineup, he went back to getting ahead with the breaking ball and getting guys out with the fastball there. So, again, this was a pretty impressive outing by Frankie Montas, and it's just not one of those things you wanted to see out of the Giants line, especially after last night's output.
Yeah, you'd love to see some of that momentum from last night's game carry over into tonight. That is not what happened. The Giants strike out 15 times tonight. They go 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position and leave 8 on base. But in the 7th inning is where things fell apart for the Giants. The Giants pitching staff had done a great job. Hayden Birdsong started this game, then Eric Miller came in the 7th. It's Camilo Duvall. He leads off with a walk and then has the 3 straight wild pitches. We've seen this from Camilo at times this season. I don't know that it's mounted up to be quite as bad as this inning was, especially in a game that's tied at 0-0.
Yeah, this was a tough one, obviously. He comes in a really high-leverage situation in a 0-0 ball game in the 7th inning, and before the inning even started, I'm sure they showed it on the live broadcast, but you had the grounds crew coming out and fixing the mound where his foot placement was. So obviously when he was warming up, he was not comfortable, and it looks like even when they did fix the mound, he never quite got comfortable because there were some really big misses there. Obviously, he gave the free pass of 90 feet to start the inning off by walking Willie Adames there. And then there were some really big, wild pitches that missed by a significant margin that allowed, obviously, that first run to score. And when that happens, it changes the momentum of the game, obviously, when a run scores in general, but especially in that fashion. And it just didn't look like Camilo had any confidence in his fastball today. Whenever he would shake, he would go to his breaking ball. That was the one pitch that he did have some confidence in. But this is what we've talked about with Camilo when he's been kind of hot and cold throughout the course of the season, is his ability to locate that fastball. And it's electric. The stuff is really, really good. As we've seen, when he's on, he's very good. But at this level, you have to be able to command your fastballs. But old number one is the one that you need to be able to throw to both sides of the plate to protect that slider that a couple of these guys came up at the time later in that inning, and they were sitting on.
As a reliever, coming through the system, and then once I got to the big leagues, the one thing that was stressed to us the most, especially by Mark Gardner, who was our bullpen coach at the time, was strike one, establishing, getting ahead in the count. That way you can expand the zone from there. You can work in any direction, and once you get ahead 0-1, it just puts the hitter in a tough situation. And tonight, with the fastball command that Camilo had today, it just wasn't really working for him in that aspect. And then when he did get to throw strikes, it was the slider, but when he really relied on that slider again after the walk, those were the ones he was throwing for wild pitches as well. You know, it's 360 feet of free bases there. Free bases. You know, that's just too much.
Those wild pitches he was missing by a lot. Is that something that sometimes you have an off night, or, you know, do you think there was something more tonight?
You know, obviously, look, everyone is entitled to an off night once in a while. When you're going out as a reliever at the major league level and you're going to make, let's just say, 60 to 70 appearances, I don't think it's very realistic to assume everyone's going to be on their game every single night. But what it looked like to me was he did not have confidence in his release point. And when you're fighting yourself on the mental side of it, physically fine. I understand when something's barking maybe, and physically you have to alter something. It didn't look like there was anything physically wrong. And this game is very, very mental, obviously. I'm going to bring back that Yogi Berra where he said 90% of this game is mental, the other half is physical. And I really, truly believe that. I mean, you got to be out there, and when you're in between the white lines, the mental part of the game is just so important because it can dictate the entirety of your outing. And it just looked like today he wasn't very comfortable. Obviously, you put yourself up against the wall when you walk the leadoff hitter, and then you're automatically in a stress inning in a tie ball game. But it looked like he never really got comfortable with the release point of any of his pitches, and that ended up being what was the momentum changer in the game. The
Giants were very much still in this game. It was just a 1-0 game at the time. Let's get a look at our play of the game. This brought to you by Toyota. In the 8th inning, it was Spencer Bivens that took over on the mound for the Giants, and one of the favorites to win Rookie of the Year is Jackson Chourio, and he sent that one out to right. A 2-run home run, his 20th home run of the season, and an impressive at-bat from him. Hard to argue with a guy that's been as good as he's been all season long.
I mean, this is a kid who's rewarded with a major league extension, big contract before the season started, before he even played a single game in the big league. So what he's been able to do is literally prove them right in the faith that they had in him. I mean, he's 20 years old, and he just hit his 20th home run. Oh, and mind you, he hit that ball to right field at Oracle Park. Yeah. Not an easy thing to do.
No, not at all. He also becomes only the 3rd player in MLB history with 20 home runs and 20 stolen bases in his age 20 season or younger. So just to get an idea of how good he's been, he's putting himself in the history books right now, George.
I mean, look, whenever you're in a category with a guy named Mike Trout, you're obviously in very good company. And the other gentleman who did it back in 1959, I apologize, I don't know who it is. Vada Pinson. But having 20 homers and 20 stolen bases at the age 20 season or younger is really, really impressive. Obviously, this guy's gotten to the big leagues at a very young age, and he's made himself feel very comfortable and confident at this level. And to your point, Romy, that was a 91-mile-an-hour fastball that was up and on the inside part of the plate, and he blasted it 5 rows in to the right field bleachers, those bleacher seats above the deck there. So that is a very impressive piece of hitting to charge the ball out to that part of the ballpark. And I think even Kipe said it during the during the broadcast. He goes, in all of his years broadcasting in this ballpark, he has only seen a handful of balls by a right-handed batter hit that hard out of the ballpark to right field. So it's very impressive what he's done. He's just kind of capped off a historic season. It's not done yet, but you have to give kudos where kudos are due, and he has done a very, very nice job this year.
He's been a big part of the Brewers offense this season. Let's check out what's hot. This brought to you by Service Champions Heating and Air Conditioning as we focus in on Hayden Birdsong, the Giants starter tonight. And Sergio, tonight, he needed to clean up the walks as you get a look at his last 6 starts compared to tonight, and he did that tonight. I thought he was very impressive. He goes 5 innings, and in his last start alone, he walked 5, and that was across 3 innings. So I think this is a big improvement for Hayden tonight.
One thing that we've mentioned over and over throughout his starts and every outing that he's had is he talks to himself on the mound, and today he was talking to himself on the mound per usual, but he seemed like he had a little bit of attitude behind it, and he was getting on himself, and he had a lot more conviction today, and I was impressed with the fact that he stayed to what he thought was his plan, and he was going to establish that fastball. His fastball control was a lot better, but he utilized the slider today to get ahead of hitters, and I thought that was really impressive. The fact that he's struggling with command, but yet he goes to his, say, 3rd or maybe 4th best pitch to get ahead of hitters today and compete and give his team a chance to win. And for him being able to turn the page from his previous 6 outings and go in there and walk 1 today and strike out 8, I think it was, or 4, I'm sorry. Frankie had 8, I'm sorry. But again, he commanded the zone with conviction today, and that's what I like the most.
Yeah, 68 total pitches for Hayden Birdsong tonight across those 5 innings. Mr. Georgie, we send you to the big board.
We're going to go do it. We got a little K's with Contos today. And just to reiterate a little bit of what we've just been talking about here, I thought Hayden Birdsong did a really nice job today bouncing back from a few of the outings that he's had prior that weren't very good. And like Laura just mentioned, 68 pitches through 5 innings. As Kruk always says, that 15 pitches per inning mark is what you strive for. If you can do better than that, that's fantastic. He was very efficient today, gave up 2 hits, only walked 1, which is a fantastic number for him. You'll take 5 innings, 1 walk all day. Strikeouts weren't there as much today, but the command was a little bit shaky at first, but he got away with it. This is obviously the first out of the ball game right here. Here's the second out of the ball game. Fastball kind of down middle that was lined out. Elliot Ramos makes a fantastic catch here. Then he gets real nasty with that changeup right there at the bottom of the zone for his first strikeout of the night. Here we go in the second inning. Gary Sanchez, you guys remember him. He doesn't miss fastballs. Gets one middle in, and he laces it to left field. Elliott again hustles and gets it right there. Then he gets out of this inning very nicely with a nice double play to Tyler Fitzgerald coming in, fields it no problem on the throw, gets the double play. Third inning now. Rhys Hoskins gets him way out in front with that changeup. That was absolutely nasty. Then you have a nice play by Grant McCray. The reason why that fastball wasn't able to have damage done to it was because it was up and away, so all he could do is lace it to center field. Wisely comes in as a defensive replacement. He gets that really nice ground ball out up the middle. Here we go in the 5th inning with Frelick right here. This is a base hit that I think that Birdsong would really like back because he did get some glove on that, but that was only the 2nd hit that he gave up in his outing. Yanked the curveball a little bit, and Frelick has some speed, so he's going to take second base. And then you get Gary Sanchez looking at a fastball up and in, right, or a changeup, excuse me, up and in. Then Rhys Hoskins takes that fastball looking to end Hayden Birdsong's night. This was a very, very nice building block. He's only going to have potentially 2 more starts left, which is why they probably limited him to only those 5 innings and 68 pitches. But this is a definite confidence builder for Hayden Birdsong in the fact that he located and settled in a lot nicer as the game went on, and he was able to get through 5 innings, no runs. The big goose egg is a huge, huge positive for him after how the last few have gone.
Yeah, a lot of growth for Hayden Birdsong across the season.
Very composed and convicted today. It was impressive.
All right, we're going to take a break on Toyota Giants Postgame Live. The Brewers shut out the Giants 3-0. It's the Giants' 6th shutout loss of the season. Coming up next, we saw Tyler Fitzgerald leave tonight's game after the 2nd inning. Up next, Bob Melvin gives an update on Fitzgerald.
Toyota Giants Postgame Live is presented by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota. Let's go places.
will set the stage for Xavier Edwards. Selfishly looking for a single to complete the cycle. Towards short, Adames has it, gets rid of it quick, and he's safe! It's a single, and it's a cycle!
The second ever cycle in Marlins franchise history belongs to Xavier Edwards.
It took 30 years, a rise, and now Edwards.
Donate your car to Junior Giants and help underserved youth play ball in Northern California. Visit juniorgiants.org/cars to learn more.
This Sportsnet Central update is presented by Drayton Resort and Casino.
It is week 2 of NFL action. The 49ers in Minnesota taking on the Vikings on Sunday. Join Carlos, Rod, and Dante at 9 a.m. right here on NBC Sports Bay Area for 49ers pregame live. Again, 9 a.m. right here on NBC Sports Bay Area. Immediately following the game, flip it over to NBC Sports Bay Area Plus for 49ers postgame live. They'll have breakdowns. They'll bring you sights and sounds from Minnesota with our insiders Matt Mayoko and Jennifer Lee Chan on location. Laura Britt, George Contos, and Sergio Romo here with you on Giants postgame live as the Giants now fall to 3 games below 500 with tonight's loss. So let's get a look at the final scoreboard after an impressive offensive performance last night from the Giants. Tonight they get shut out for the 6th time this season, just the 5 hits for San Francisco tonight. Meanwhile, the Brewers score 1 in the 7th and 2 in the 8th. That 7th inning, a rough one for Camilo Doval as he led off the inning with a walk and then 3 wild pitches to score their first run. That's followed up by a 2-run home run from Jackson Churio in the 8th inning, which would seal the victory for the Brewers. It's Frankie Montas who gets the win tonight for the Brewers, and Camilo Doval takes the loss. Let's get you out to Oracle Park right now to listen in to Bob Melvin.
All right, thanks, Laura. So the Giants end up losing 2 out of 3 after their big win last night. Today was just the opposite of last night, where the Giants just scored and scored and scored. Tonight they had a hard time doing that. They didn't have many base runners. Birdsong threw the ball very well. And in the end, you saw how these Brewers go about their business. They just kind of chip away and someone knocks the ball out of the park. But, you know, they had good pitching, and their bullpen was great.
And their defense was great. And, you know, they're a fundamentally sound team. They're the leaders in the National League Central. And that didn't happen by mistake. They earned the right to be there. They took advantage of 4 mistakes in the 7th inning. It was a 0-0 ball game. The leadoff hitter, when Camilo Doval came out of the bullpen, he walks a hitter. Then 3 wild pitches later, it's a 1-0 lead for the Brewers. That's a Little League home run. I don't remember seeing that ever. And I mean, that it happens, and it can kick your entire team in the stomach. You can feel the energy in that game completely shifted when that run crossed the plate, and they never recovered.
So tomorrow night, the rivals are in town, the San Diego Padres, and the Giants have to do their best to see if they can take a series against San Diego like they did in San Diego.
Well, you're right. I mean, they definitely got the Padres' attention. It should be a spirited 3 games over the weekend with San Diego, and I'm looking forward to it, partner.
All right, Laura, back to you.
Group Kite, thank you. Right now, we're going to get a look at Tyler Fitzgerald, who's been swinging a hot bat in the leadoff spot for the Giants. He left tonight's game after 2 innings. Fitzgerald left with lower back tightness. Let's now get out to Oracle Park and listen in to Bob Melvin. He'll offer an update on Fitzgerald.
Hey, Bob. How's Tyler doing?
We'll see tomorrow. You know, was able to start the game, but, you know, for him to have to come out was biting pretty good. So we'll see what it looks like tomorrow.
Did something happen on that double play in the second?
No, I mean, he was a little stiff going in. His at bat went okay, but when he was out in the field running and throwing, it was a little bit more of an issue.
And just how encouraging was it to see Hayden not only go 5, but do it pretty efficiently too?
Yeah, that was great. I mean, he really needed that. You know, you could see from pitch 1, he was dotting his fastball away, down in the zone, good downhill plane, good velo. As he went along, he gained even more confidence. So that was a huge outing for him to give us 5 like that.
You mentioned before the game you're sort of hoping to get Encarnacion out there a little more. What do you think about how his bat is sort of heating up or developing lately?
He's got power. You know, he tracks the ball deep, hit the ball right center field hard, as you saw him hit the ball down the right field line again. So each and every time he gets an opportunity, he's taking advantage of it. Frankie's pretty tough on righties as well, but he had some good at-bats off him.
Could you please let me have your opinion on Jackson Chourio, the youngest 2020 ever?
Yeah, it's pretty unique skill set. Everything, he does everything. So you can, they sign him to a big deal before he even gets to the big leagues, and you can absolutely see why. He does a lot of things really well.
Was there any consideration to allowing Hayden to pitch deeper into that game? Is it just a workload thing?
No, just 5 was good today.
You had Luciano go in at second instead and moved Wisely over to short. What was the decision?
Well, we're trying to get him consistent reps at one position. Right now, at second base.
Camilo, obviously some command issues there. It looked like with almost everything. Did you see him make progress at any point in that outing, or was it just an off one for him?
They didn't hit him. Obviously, the walk wasn't great, and then the wild pitches. So it's just about command for him. He throws it over the plate. He's tough to deal with. That's been his issue, is just command. The other day he hangs a slider, so I think maybe trying to be a little bit fine with that. But it's still good life on his fastball. When he hits his slider well, it's still plus. He's just having a tough time doing it consistently.
So one of the Giants' hottest hitters of the past few months, Tyler Fitzgerald, left tonight's game with lower back tightness. George, we just heard from Bob Melvin, the we'll see tomorrow. You never know what's going to happen, but that's not exactly positive news tonight for Giants fans.
Well, look, I think the one thing that you can take away from it is he felt good enough to at least try and start the game, and Tyler Fitzgerald does not strike me as someone, especially at this point in time, he probably did the right thing. It probably barked a little bit more than he was comfortable with pushing through, so he probably said something, and they took him out of the game, and they'll reevaluate tomorrow. They'll see how he feels. They'll see how he sleeps. I'm sure he probably got some work done, some ice, whatever it is. But, the one thing you want to try to avoid is if they go give an MRI on him tomorrow, that kind of is signaling that there might be a little bit more stuff going on. If it's just a low back tightness, whatever, we all get that from time to time. You sleep wrong, that can happen. But I guess we will find out tomorrow when we talk to him, and we might even hear from him later today.
Sergio, can you dive into just the workload? Major League Baseball is so unique compared to other leagues and other sports, and the workload of a 162-game season during the regular season, obviously excluding any postseason play. Can you take us through what that does to your body in September and how players are feeling right now?
I mean, there's a reason why they say that a baseball season, Major League season, is not a race. It's a marathon. It's not a short race, sprint. It's a marathon. It's 162 games. It's over a 6-month span. That's not even including spring training. And in the off season, when you take time to train and prepare, and you're running and lifting weights and doing all that whatnot to get ready for spring training. But then what we also don't take into account is the behind the scenes prior to each game, the preparation, especially with Fitzgerald, who's trying to establish himself at a position where he's been working on taking extra ground balls at shortstop or taking extra ground balls at second base and all the different positions that he's played, and then the extra hitting and sessions that they have with the hitting coaches and whatnot. So there's a huge grind that goes unmentioned and unspoken of that we don't get to see on TV. We just get to see them grinding, 9 innings in between the lines every day. But there is a lot more that goes into it, and that's why it's a big kudos to the training staff with Greshner and those guys and the training staff. They have such a good staff, and they're on top of all of that to keep these guys well-oiled and ready to rock every day.
Yeah, it is tough. And it's something we heard from Patrick Bailey last season, mentioned just how much that workload takes a toll on your body towards the end of the season. That was something he worked on this offseason. Let's get you inside the Giants clubhouse right now to hear from Tyler Fitzgerald. Let's listen in.
So walking a little gingerly. How do you feel right now?
Tight. Really tight right now. Nothing that I'm super concerned about. It's locked up pretty good. So.
Is there anything in particular that felt where you felt it locked up?
Just the whole lower back is just completely locked up right now, but I felt it in pregame warm-ups, tried to play through it. And then on that line out, when I was running to first, I knew something was off. Went out there, fielded a ground ball, and I just figured it's not worth it. But right now it's completely locked up, so it's probably a smart decision.
You're gonna get imaging or anything tomorrow? MRIs?
Yeah, tomorrow morning. But I've had this in the past. It usually happens once a year, so nothing new. So yeah, we'll get the imaging just to be sure, but it's nothing that I'm overly concerned about.
If you're just now joining us and you missed tonight's game, Tyler Fitzgerald left after the second inning with lower back tightness. You just heard from Fitzgerald there saying that it's locked up. I think the good sign is this is something he's experienced before, so there is maybe a roadmap for him on how to work his way back from this.
Sure. You want to downplay, or he's trying to downplay as well. Maybe he's feeling okay and he's selling the sizzle a little bit on the fact that he's had it before. But the fact of the matter is he's fully locked up and he came out of this game and it was the smart and right decision to do. You don't want to push through anything that could further injure what's already not feeling great, especially with just the last couple weeks of the season upon us now. And he has the whole offseason to kind of come back from it. But the fact that he said he didn't seem overly concerned, obviously, is a good thing. A lot of times just when these things flare up like that, you get those precautionary MRIs just to make sure nothing's going on. But I would imagine that we won't see him for the next couple days just while he gets some treatment, massage it, loosen that thing up, which is all, a good thing. Obviously, he's done a great job the last few months since he's been here at the major league level. And this is the first year that he's playing through September as well. He played his whole minor league season, and the major league season doesn't end August 30th or September 1st like the minor league seasons do. You're playing a full extra month and then another full extra month if you get to the postseason. So it's another little variable that gets thrown into the long process of a Major League Baseball season.
I think it's important for big leaguers to find who they are and understand who they are and understand their body and what it takes for them to be ready on a daily basis for a 162-game season. And I do feel that although he has experienced this before, he hasn't experienced this at the big league level. So maybe some of these trainers haven't seen him or how he reacts to certain things in those aspects. So I do feel that it was a great decision to come out of the game today, especially with the body of work that he's done this season, trying to establish himself on this big league roster and let the league know, or at least the Giants organization know, that he can be a staple point here. He can be a consistent contributor to that. So again, playing injured or playing not at 100%, as close to 100% now, it's probably bad for him too, because if he doesn't have a couple games here and there, it could.
The Giants enter tonight's series finale with the Brewers following one of their top offensive performances. Season 17 hits in a 13-2 win over Milwaukee. Of course, the Brewers lead the NL Central. It's the rubber match of the series this evening at Oracle Park here in San Francisco. We welcome you inside the NBC Sports Bay Area studios. It's Giants pregame live, brought to you by Wendy's. Laura Britt, George Contos, and Sergio Romo on his final show with us today. So enjoy it, Sergio, and all of you at home. Be sure to send him some love. The Giants looking for consecutive series wins. If they get a win tonight, they would have that for the first time since early August. So they're looking to do that tonight. Here's a look at what we have coming up for you over the next half hour. Sergio, while the offense has been very hit or miss across the month of August and September, there are 3 players in particular that have not been missing.
Well, the 3 bright spots have been Fitzgerald, Jastrzemski, and Chapman. They've been swinging at an extremely hot pace, a hot temperature. Hot summer is very hot. September is very well said for these trio. They're keeping things interesting to the bitter end.
Well, hot summer is like a thing, isn't it?
Hot girl summer. Hot
That's
girl
what
summer.
it is.
Yeah.
I know. You were on to it, Sergio.
Didn't want to go fully.
Tonight, George, it's Giants rookie Hayden Birdsong on the mound. He's looking to rebound from a few rough outings.
You know, the fastball command has really been what's the detriment for him, obviously. He's walked 20 guys in his last 21 2/3 innings, and the last 3 starts that he has for this season are really important to make a big statement for what his role with the team will be next year.
Right now, we are getting set for game 147 on the season. The Brewers and the Giants, the rubber match of the series. We'll see you back here in 3 minutes.
Giants pregame live. This Sportsnet Central update is presented by Drayton Resort and Casino.
It's week 2 of NFL action. The 49ers are in Minnesota taking on the Vikings on Sunday. Join Carlos, Rod, and Dante at 9 a.m. right here on NBC Sports Bay Area. They'll be bringing you 49ers pregame live as they get you ready for kickoff. And stay around after over on NBC Sports Bay Area Plus. That's where you'll find 49ers. Here on the last night, all but one player in the Giants lineup get a hit. It was an impressive offensive showing for their top offensive performances all season. 17 hits, 13 runs. That's one way to do it. They just need to spread those out a little bit more. Although it was nice. 4 runs, Sergio, across the first 2 innings of the game.
I mean, both in it, first inning and second inning. The way they did it, too, it was just chaining hits together. They seemed to approach that seemed to just to be a little bit more simple, more of a simple-minded approach as to make contact, put the ball in play, barrel the ball up, so to speak, and good things can happen in the baseball when you put the ball in play.
Passing the baton is something that's contagious, and offense is contagious, just like good pitching, starter to starter or bullpen guy to bullpen guy is contagious. And when you get off to a hot start like they did, 4 in the first with the home run, you put Colin Rea on the defensive, making him seem like the strike zone's very small and having him nitpick a little bit. Then you put 4 more on in the second inning. All these guys are feeling real confident. They're digging deep into the batter's box, and they're very much narrowing the strike zone because they feel the pressure that Colin Rea has by not pitching very well early in that game.
There were a lot of Giants standouts last night, but Tyler Fitzgerald, Matt Chapman, Mike Yastrzemski are 3 that come to mind. Last night, they went 6 for 12 with 6 RBI and 5 runs scored. If you scope back to this entire month of September, here's a look at their numbers. So these 3 players have really hit their stride. Tyler Fitzgerald's been doing this for a few months now, and Matt Chapman has as well. Mike Yastrzemski kind of came on a little bit later. I think he's hit 6 of his 15 home runs this month over his past few games. So you start to see some consistency in the lineup, and I think that's a good sign, especially late in the season. And when, let's face it, the Giants aren't playing for postseason standings or seeding, so you've got to play for something, and these guys are still in it.
Everyone should have something to prove, right? Obviously, and to your point, Laura, 6 of Yaz's home runs of his 15 have come in his last 14 days. And what has happened in the last 14 games? Well, he's hit a lot higher up in the lineup, first or second. I think he feels very comfortable early in the lineup, and maybe one of the reasons why he does feel so comfortable is because you have guys like Chapman and Ramos and guys that are the thump in your lineup, Gerard, that are hitting behind you. So you're going to get better pitches to hit because the pitchers, maybe with 1 out or 2 outs, are not going to want to really face those guys with runners in scoring position because of the thought of them being able to do more damage. So you get better pitches to hit when you're hitting in front of those guys, and that's just kind of a fact of the game. Tyler Fitzgerald has done it at a very high level. He had a little bit of a lull for a few games, but then he's picked it right back up. And Matt Chapman he's finally hit his stride. He knows he's going to be here in the Bay for the next 6 years. He's playing really good third base. He's finally kind of gotten into his groove, and we're seeing what he's really capable of. And the bat, or the ball, sounds a little bit different coming off his bat.
Yeah, it's something else that I've been thinking about with Jung-Hoo Lee returning next season. He was supposed to be the Giants' leadoff hitter until his injury, and now Tyler Fitzgerald slid in nicely there. So there's going to be some tweaking next season with how the Giants put together their lineup.
Well, I think this offseason is going to be important, obviously, after all the additions are made, or subtractions, additions, however you want to, but all the transactions that are made in that lineup coming into next season. But spring training is going to be key. This is where you need everybody to come in ready and healthy, and that way you can start finding a certain chemistry that can propel this lineup to be a consistent lineup every day and day out, to be a competitive lineup every day, day in and day out. And then now, I mean, to go along with what you said about Yaz, I mean, the more they've had him up in line, yes, he's been protected by it, but batting second in the 2-hole, leadoff 2-hole, your job as a leadoff hitter or a second hole hitter is they're different. One is to get on base. One is to be the contact, to draw out at bats, to move hitters into scoring position so that the guys they with the thump, they can come in and drive them in. So again, I think that this is all attributed to a different approach as well, and I think they've all found their groove because in a sense they've had some consistency on where they're batting, so their approach can stay the same and they can stay equally aggressive in the box.
I think it's going to be really interesting. These last 15 games are very meaningful for quite a few players that are in the Giants lineup. Obviously, we've been talking a lot about Mike Yastrzemski and what the outfield looks like next year and his last year of arbitration. But you have Grant McCray, you have Elliot Ramos, who's going to be in the lineup. Obviously, he's very much earned. He was an all-star. He's going to be probably playing in left field next year. You have Jung-Hoo Lee, who's going to be coming back from his labrum and his shoulder injury. And then we did a poll just the other night on who would the fans like to see in that last outfielder. And we had Matos, we had Grant McCray, we had Yaz, and we had other. And all of those things are very much possibilities, including the other on what might make sense and what could complete this Giants team as best as it can during the offseason for next year. But there are a lot of guys that still have a lot of things to play for, and they're coming in playing with a lot of pride because they want to earn their spots, maybe with this club and hopefully with this club, but there's a lot of other eyes that are open as well towards the end of the season here.
We saw last night Elliot Ramos was the lone Giant without a hit, but what he lacked on offense, he made up for quite impressively on defense with 3 impressive defensive plays in left field. I recently caught up with Ramos while he was taking BP. Enjoy this episode of BP with Britt. Elliot, 2024 has been pretty good to you, I'd say. Elliot Ramos has been ripping the cover off the ball.
That gets you going.
This season, everything's really clicked for you. Why do you think that is?
Just mental game, just trying to stay positive, letting go of things, have a short memory.
God, Elliot Ramos.
Elliot Ramos, staying hot.
A lot of great moments for you. Do you have a favorite?
Definitely the one in Arizona.
It is out of here. And making the running catch is Ramos.
Yeah, I really love that one, and obviously the All-Star game. I mean, it's a dream come true for sure.
Someone would have told you the day you got called up that you were going to be in the All-Star game 2 months later. What would you have said?
No chance. No chance.
Being named an All-Star for the first time, especially after a shortened season for you, you're called up on May 8th, and now you make the All-Star game. What does that mean to you?
It's surreal to me. It's still crazy to me.
Elliot Ramos.
When I was on the plane on Sunday coming back here home, I started crying because I couldn't believe it, honestly.
You became a girl dad earlier this year. How's that been?
Beautiful. I love my baby girl. She's great. Always smiling. She's always happy. She gets hangry or whatever, but it is what it is.
Did she get that from her dad?
Yeah. She get it from me for sure, 1,000%.
We'll catch you in your next round.
All right. Regular?
Yeah.
Hold on, Ma. Let me get one more, please. Good pitch.
Elliot, there are so many storied players in the Giants' history. Have you had any mentors?
Pat has been a really big mentor to me.
We've known Pat Burrell for a long time.
He brings the best out of me.
Pat's probably going to tell you that he's more the mental side of it, what to be looking for.
We always talk about the mental. We always talk about facing our fears and all that.
Whatever they're doing is clicking.
What mental hurdles have you overcome this season?
Just trying to let go of like the bad moments, just the struggles, you know what I mean? Just the outside noise and all that. People are going to say whatever they're going to say, but you just have to let go.
All right, we'll catch you on the next round.
All right. Two more?
Let's talk about Willie Mays and how special it is to be playing center field this year. How has that impacted you?
The beginning was hard to think about it, but then all the events happened, all the people talking about it.
Willie Mays gave me the chance to realize what real greatness is.
Not many athletes can claim that kind of impact.
Thank you, Willie. Thank you.
Obviously, I don't compare myself ever to Willie Mays. He's the greatest ever. But I feel really proud of myself, really blessing that like the Giants are giving me this opportunity.
Diving is Ramos. Diving and catching is Ramos.
There's no margin for error here. Right in the sweet spot. Good play.
Giants fans have gotten to know Elliot Ramos, the baseball player, but they haven't really gotten to know you as a person. What do you do for fun?
I'm a foodie. I love food. I love my coffee in the mornings. I make my own coffee and all that.
How do you like your coffee?
I like a latte all day, every day. Yeah, I always do lattes. I like the flavor, the sugar, and all that. So that's all I do, yeah.
What do you like to do in the city?
I love going to this place called Nap Pizza. One day we was looking for a place to eat. We was walking for like 30, 40 minutes here in SF at night. Out of nowhere, we found this place. It was great. We loved the food. The owner attended to us. And then the next year we went back and he remembered us. And that's why we love that place and we always go.
Elliot, this has been fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Congratulations on a great season so far. Best of luck the rest of the way.
Thanks. Appreciate it, yeah.
Great catching up with Elliot Ramos. We're going to get a look at the starting lineup for Game 3 of this 3-game series. This brought to you by Ford. It's Tyler Fitzgerald leading off and at short. Mike Yastrzemski's in right field and batting second. Elliot Ramos in left. Matt Chapman at third. Then it's Wade, Encarnacion, McRae, and Kurt Casale will be behind the plate tonight catching for Hayden Birdsong. And Brett Wisely rounds out the Giants lineup. He'll be at second base. Speaking of Birdsong, we're going to take a break here on Giants Pregame Live brought to you by Wendy's. Coming up next, we'll focus in on the matchup on the mound. Got the two perfect guys to do that with George Contos and Sergio Romo. They weigh in after this.
Giants Pregame Live is brought to you by Law Tigers, Northern California's motorcycle lawyers at lawtigers.com.
Well, ahead of tonight's game, Logan Webb was presented with the Bill Rigney Good Guy Award. Each year, this is given to a Giants player who's most accommodating to the media. I don't get a vote, but if I did, he'd win mine too. He is the best. He does interviews without complaint. He's always excited to join people for segments. He's fun. He's a fun guy. I don't know that, everybody at home doesn't get to know Logan Webb like all of us, and just a fun guy to be around.
He's a great guy to be around. And look, you get a lot of insight from Logan and how he is in his post-game interviews. And when you talk about him, he's very just open and honest. And that's how he is just normally as well. So he's very thoughtful in the answers that he gives. And that's always very appreciated when those guys have jobs to do and sometimes tough questions to ask. And Logan is very accommodating in that manner.
Very upfront dude, upstanding dude. He takes his lumps when he needs to take his lumps, and he receives the praise for sure when he gets the praise. But again, he's just a professional. So again, they picked the right guy, I think.
Yeah, congratulations to Logan Webb on that. Speaking of pitchers, let's get a look at the matchup on the mound for Game 3 of this 3-game series between the Brewers and the Giants. Of course, this all knotted up at 1 game apiece right now. This brought to you by Wendy's. It's Frankie Montas who will be on the mound for the Brewers, and Hayden Birdsong set to toe the rubber for the Giants. And George, over Hayden's last 6 starts, the Giants have lost all of those starts, and he's really struggled to settle in over these last 6 games.
Well, the numbers right there kind of speak for themselves, obviously, right? When you have an ERA almost at 9, and the number that is very staggering to me is that 20 walks in 21 2/3 innings pitched. And obviously not all of them are 2 balls, 3 and 1, or 4 straight balls. But whenever you don't have the ability to locate your fastball consistently, it allows the opposing hitters at the major league level, so they're all really, really good hitters at this level, it allows them to narrow in the strike zone because you then have to cater to them by coming in the strike zone. And if you can't locate your number one, that good old fastball, the sinker that he throws at 96 to 97 miles an hour, then it makes them realize that they can spit on those breaking balls and those changeups, because any breaking ball, unless you have a feel like your slider that Romo did, it's very hard to throw that consistently for a strike. Those are typically strike to ball pitches when you're trying to go for a punch out or trying to go for a swing and miss. And when you fall behind in the count, it just makes it that much more difficult to throw strikes with those other pitches, and it shrinks the strike zone for the opposing hitters, Romy.
It is not easy to hit in the big leagues, but it's also not easy to pitch in the big leagues. Any kind of mistake you make in this very unforgiving league, you fall behind hitters as consistently as he has been recently, that it's going to be detrimental to the success, not just of the team, but your own personal success. Because to me, a great indicator if a pitcher is throwing the ball well is his whip, that walks and hits per innings pitch. Right there, his last 6 games, it's 1.89, and that's, to me, that's well above what is necessary or allowed.
Yeah, and a theme of this show has been some of these guys have something to prove. Hayden Birdsong certainly falls into that category. Let's get a look right now at the odds. This brought to you by Grayton Resort and Casino. Let's see who's the favorite in tonight's game. It is the Brewers, who are the favorites in tonight's game. The over-under set at 7.5 total runs scored. Remember, the Giants scored 13 runs last night, a 13-2 outing, so the over hit last night. We're going to take a break. Coming up next, we're going to get inside the broadcast booth and catch up with Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper. We're under 25 minutes away from first pitch. You're watching Giants Pregame Live. Brought
Pregame Live is brought to you by Wendy's Saucy Nugs. A whole new way to nug.
Well, we are about to experience that full new way to nug. It's college football season. It's football season, the end of baseball season. You want some saucy nugs in your life. And Wendy's has got you. They actually have 7 flavors. So we've got 4 of them here. We've got the buffalo, the spicy ghost pepper. I'm scared of that.
You should try that.
The honey barbecue and the garlic parmesan. But there are a lot of different flavors that you can choose from. What are you going to go with? I know where I'm going. I'm going honey barbecue.
Are we all only trying one flavor? And
No,
then,
you could go wherever you want.
All right, Romy, lead us off.
Give me some of this.
I gotta go with like the one that's actually looks really hot, like the red
ghost
one,
pepper?
Right?
You guys
I
are
gotta
gonna
go
do
with
ghost
the ghost
pepper?
pepper.
I'm not gonna lie.
I gotta go right to it.
I gotta do the ghost pepper too.
I gotta go.
I'm a ghost pepper guy.
Is this like a machismo thing?
Yes, it is.
The tough one first.
I'm going honey barbecue, and wow. I'm really happy with this choice. Okay, how spicy is it?
I like that.
It's got some zing to it.
It's got a zing. It's got a kick.
But it's good.
Yeah, but it's good.
Are you going to be able to do the next segment after this?
I'm gonna have a buffalo one right after.
Okay.
just to see.
Wash down the ghost pepper.
You know, ghost
with
pepper
the
with a buffalo.
No, sir. Do you like barbecue?
He's Mexican.
He
likes the spicy stuff.
I really
That
do
one's
like
really
the spicy
good.
stuff, but I'm gonna try
I'm going to go
this,
that next, but then I'm scared that I might need to brush my teeth after.
True.
I don't want to breathe on you, George.
You know,
after
I'll
I
do the
try
honey
this garlic.
barbecue. I'll take one for the team as well.
Okay, I'm going to try this one after we get chat with Crook and Kite.
Oh, that's definitely Parmesan.
Very good.
Oh, yeah?
That's definitely.
I'm just impressed that you're not
too.
crying. I would be crying if I tried the ghost pepper one.
That's impressive.
All right, we got to get to the change up right now. This is brought to you by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Mike Kruko and Dwayne Kuiper. They're probably very confused as to what's going on. We're trying saucy nugs. Wendy's brought us some saucy nugs here. Kruk, I want to talk to you about Hayden Birdsong. He's really struggled over these last 6 starts. The big number that stands out are his walks. What's the most effective way for him to get that number back down?
Well, the fastball and the confidence in the fastball. I mean, he needs to break out and be a ghost pepper guy and start challenging more with that fastball and quit nibbling with it. He doesn't have to. He's got a 97-plus-mile-an-hour fastball. He doesn't have to nibble. And it happens to young pitchers. When they get out there and they get hit around a little bit, they start nibbling with the fastball. He needs to get the ghost pepper back in that fastball.
I love that we're saucy nuggeting it all over this broadcast right now. But, Kipe, after you have a game where you had 17 hits, you scored 13 runs, what is the transition to today when you've just done that? I mean, are you extra confident, or how is today going to go for the offensive mindset of this ball club?
Well, yeah, I mean, a game like yesterday should boost the offense's confidence, absolutely. Are they going to bang out 8 runs in 2 innings tonight? Probably not. But what I liked out of it is they scored early for a starting pitcher, which they've hardly done it all this year. So the confidence is high, and it should be fun tonight. But I am having a hard time taking any of you guys serious when Laura's got a nugget stuck in her tooth right here.
Well, some things never change, Kipe, okay?
Unreal. Oh, Kruk, after last night's outcome, where you're on the winning side of a blowout win, laugher, however you guys do that one. Sorry, I butchered that. What's the mindset for the starting pitcher tonight? Is there added pressure to keep the ball rolling?
Well, I think every time you go out there as a starter, your job is to keep your team in the game, give them a chance to win. And you can't count on offense. Go out there and just think you have to throw a shutout in order to give them a chance to win. And if you give up a run, just go out there thinking, I have to allow just 1 run, and so on and so forth. If you worry about the offense, you'll drive yourself crazy, because that you can't control. It's all DH. You can't even hit anymore. But you just have to have a belief that if you make good pitches and you keep them close to a game, they'll figure a way to score to win that game, and you've done your job. But you can't worry about offense.
La 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 la.
Yeah, just another ghost pepper.
Yeah, got him.
We're going to let the true professionals take over. I'm going to dive into these honey barbecue saucy nugs.
Saucy nugs.
Kruk, Kipe, take it away.
It's not that often where they're having more fun than we are, so it's kind of ticking me off.
Yeah,
but
I'm upset.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so you guys touched on Birdsong. I want to touch on him again. This is a kid that's got a lot of promise. And, do you think in the back of his mind he's thinking about next year?
100%. And the other thing, too, is he's thinking about all the bad starts he's had this year. Nobody puts more pressure on themselves than a rookie. And what you learn when you get up here is you just worry about the things that you can control. You can't control about the previous starts. You can't control next year. You have to control the pitch you're about to throw and simplify. And with him, it's real simple. Control the fastball. Don't try and be too fine. Trust your stuff. And he's got great stuff. And trust that your offense will pick you up if you make a mistake.
So, all right. The kid on the mound today facing Frankie Montas, a couple of right-handers. All right, stay tuned. We'll take you back to the NBC Sports Bay Area studios for more right after this.
This telecast is brought to you by Toyota. Class-leading MPG and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places. By Cresco, with 19 Northern California locations to serve your tool and equipment needs. By the Bay Area BMW Centers. BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And by Mancini Sleep World. Visit Mancini Sleep World for the luxury resort mattress sale.
The Brewers and Giants playing in the rubber match of the series tonight at Oracle Park. The Giants 11-7 in rubber match games so far this season as they look to get a win tonight. It would be a second consecutive series win for the Giants, something they haven't done since early August. Laura Britt, George Contos, and Sergio Romo, if you're wondering what all we have here, we've been eating Saucy Nugs.
Saucy Nugs.
Thank you, Wendy's, who sponsors our pregame show. We're diving into that, but we got to talk a little pitching matchup. It's Frankie Montas on the mound for the Brewers. How do the Giants need to attack him?
Well, Frankie Montas, George and I were talking in the break right now. Excuse me.
Saucy Nugs.
Yeah, Saucy Nugs got me. But if you were to count his cutter usage as a fastball usage, this guy throws his fastball 70% of the time or more. You know, and it's either that or the splitter. He's guys who challenge you. He's a grizzled vet. You know, he's guys who know how to get the ground ball and get some bad contact. So if they can get him early, fall behind in counts, and then catch him when he's trying to, you know, get back to the counts, it's going to be a good day for the Giants.
You can't win against every team in the NL Central unless you win today.
Okay, I like
that?
it. There you go.
Gotta win this
There's
series.
Your key.
4 for 4.
All right. Enjoy the game. We'll see you back here for Giants postgame live after.
Is presented by the authority of the San Francisco Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the San Francisco Giants Baseball Club, LLC.
Back here at Oracle Park, where both the Brewers down the right field line getting loose. Mike Yastrzemski and parts of the Giants lineup getting loose down the left field line as we get ready for the final game of the year against the Milwaukee Brewers. Mike, what do you got?
All right, time now for our BMW Ultimate Performer. And Mike Yastrzemski this series Tuesday. Solo shot off Adam Savali. Hit it 99.6, distance 346 feet. Last night, 3-run homer off Colin Ray. Hit it 94.4 and got it in the... It made it over the wall. Second time this season, Yaz has hit a home run in back-to-back games, both this month.
If you're any kind of a hitter, that's the spot to hit it down the line. All right. Hayden Birdsong making his 13th start. Stay tuned. When we come back, we'll have the lineups and the first pitch right after this.
This telecast is brought to you by Toyota. class-leading MPG, and more hybrid models than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places. By Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Full service, total trust. And by Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Largest in-stock inventory in Northern California of your favorite luxury home appliances.
Well, here on this Thursday night, it's baseball as the Giants and Brewers meet one more time here at Oracle Park, and it is the final game of the series right here on NBC Sports Bay Area. Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk, and right now we're registering 64 degrees, and it's windy as always.
Well, the wind right now at 15 miles per hour out of the west, and is promising to gust up to 20 miles per hour tonight. And once again, right field has got some carry to it. It was a big story in last night's ball game, and its conditions are very similar to what we saw last night, which means this ballpark's playing live.
All right, let's take a look at the Brewers lineup brought to you by Buick. It'll be Jackson Chiriot to lead things off, followed by Mitchell Contreras and then Willie Adames. Adames will be the cleanup hitter. Gary Sanchez is the DH, followed by Frelick, Hoskins, Ortiz, and then hitting ninth and playing at second base is Bryce Terang.
On the hill tonight for the Giants will be the rookie right-hander Hayden Birdsong, 6'4", 215-pounder, a 23-year-old out of Mattoon, Illinois. Howdy! Start number 13 on the year, 3-5 with a 5.19 ERA. Good strikeout ratio, 64 punch-outs in 52 innings, but 35 walks is high for 52, and that'll be a key for him, his command tonight. Let's take a look at the StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud on Hayden Birdsong. You're going to see a fastball, all four-seamers, about a little over 40% of the time. The curveball, slider, changeup combination are all good swing and miss pitches. He averages 96 miles per hour on velocity with the fastball. And at times, he's got stuff that can make you look funky. Let's take a look at the Giants defense, brought to you by your Bay Area Chevrolet dealer, starting in the outfield from left to right. It'll be Ramos, McRae, and Yastrzemski, the strongest arm in center field. Fitzgerald and Chapman will be on the left side of the infield. Wisely and Wade on the right side. Kurt Casale, he'll be in the squat, putting down the signs.
So here's Cheerio to lead things off as we wait on Birdsong, and the first pitch of the game is on its way, and it's a swing and a foul back. So we get started right on time at 6:45. Cheerio hitting at 272. And a call strike, 19 home runs, 69 driven in. That was called by Ben May, Adam Beck, Dan Asanya, and C.B. Buckner from first to third.
Ben May, the plate umpire. I think he's more of a low ball guy than a high ball guy. However, I think he likes to ring guys up. He kind of looks for strikes and 2-strike counts, and at times his zone can be very big. You got to go both ways, tight and big.
This pop-up is out of play. Brewers come in 83 wins, 62 losses. They've got a comfortable lead in the National League Central, an 8.5-game lead. Swinging a fly ball center field for McRae. And that's how this game gets started.
All right, let's check out the Nissan keys to the game. Birdsong, be aggressive, especially with that fastball. Number 2, keep swinging it. Last night, 17 hits, second most this season. The most they had was against the Rockies back in May, but we enjoyed that offensive production last night. Keep it going. We know Bob Melvin loved it.
Here's Garrett Mitchell. And the first pitch to Mitchell is outside for a ball. 5 home runs, 14 runs batted in. And that fastball is high. Brewers 4-6 in their last 10 games. They played well on the road. They're 41-33 on the road. On the 2-0 pitch, Mitchell takes a whack at it and fouls it straight back.
Think about Birdsong's fastball. I mean, it averages 96. We've seen him as high as 98. It's a healthy fastball. He doesn't have to apologize for it.
Down low. Mitchell 2 for 7 in the series, and he did hit a big home run on Tuesday night. Here he's ahead in the count, 3-1. Shoots this one to left. Ramos spins around, and he makes the catch. Wow.
Well, they had him playing shallow. We're going to make it the T-Mobile coverage camp. This is a remarkable play. He gets turned around to a high backhander. I didn't think he had any chance to get this thing. It was taken off, but look how shallow. Spins around. High backhand spear. And my partner just got up and started clapping.
Well, once he spun around, I didn't think he had a shot.
I didn't either.
Here's Contreras, who takes a strike. Well, how do you beat a team that's got terrific defense? Play some defense of your own.
Out-glove them.
Swing and a miss, Contreras. Is that a good series? He's 4 for 7. I mean, the guy at the plate is your starting catcher the last 2 years for the National League All-Star team.
Well, he and his brother Wilson, they have both been on all-star teams a number of times. I think that's good family cred.
Got him, and that'll end the inning. First strikeout. Giants are coming up. No score. Giants are coming up. And let's take a look at their lineup, and it's presented by Kaiser Permanente. Fitzgerald had a great game last night, followed by Yaz, who hit home run, and then Ramos, Chapman. Chapman had a home run. Wade, Encarnacion, he had a home run. Then it's McRae, Casale, and Wisely.
On the hill tonight for the Milwaukee Brewers will be the veteran right-hander Frankie Montas, 27th start of the year, 6-10 with a 4.69. Montas, 6'2", 260-pounder. He is 31 years of age, and he's in his 7th year at the big league level. And let's take a look at the StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud as to what he features. Four-seam fastball. I just see the fastball about 50% of the time between the four-seamer and the sinker. He also has a splitter. He'll cut the ball, and he has a slider. Fastball velocity averages just a little bit under 96. He's got a good, healthy fastball.
And Tyler Fitzgerald comes in at 297. He was hitting 300 for one at bat last night, and that was after his 3rd straight hit. Drives this one to right. Frelick back, and he reaches up, and he makes the catch.
Let's take a look at the Brewers' defense. It's brought to you by your Bay Area Chevrolet dealers. Starting in the outfield from left to right will be Churiel, Mitchell, and Frelick. Good arms on left and in center. Adames and Ortiz on the left side of the infield. Terang and Hoskins on the right side. And Contreras, he'll be in the squad, putting down the signs. William Contreras.
Is that our friend, David Schwartz?
David Schwartz, who at some time tonight's going to be a grandpa. Veteran ball dude. Veteran fantasy camper.
Here's Yaz, who's got 3 hits in the series, and 2 have left the park.
And we got Steve Killer Kowalski, another fantasy league or fantasy camp veteran. He's our other ball dude on first base tonight.
Two balls, no strikes.
Interesting trivia about Steve Kowalski. Remember the ballpark opened up in 2000. They had the Time Works clock up there.
Yep.
He designed that one.
There's a strike. Here's Keller. Yaz's 2 home runs gives him 15 on the year. The pitch comes back, and it's 2-2. And a pop-up down the left field line. And the left fielder, Cheerio, over there to make the catch. Here's Ramos. Ramos, 20 home runs, 60 runs batted in. Makes a big swing, gonna miss. 1 for 8 in this series.
Montas is a guy, he's got the cutter and he's got a slider and changeup. I mean, he gets one of those working, he'll ride it.
Bounce to third, charging is Ortiz. In the dirt, Hoskin digs it out, and that'll end the inning.
Cast is brought to you by Heffernan, because you're different.
No score as we head to inning number 2 as they're working hard out in the Cove. Here's Adames. And Adames gets after that first pitch as Wade goes over, and it's out of play. Brewers are aggressive.
Well, they've been going after that first pitch this whole series. They're not shy. They go up there with a plan, they get it, and they get after it.
Adames, a couple of hits and 6 at-bats in this series. And he pops this one out into right center field. It's going to be Yastrzemski coming in, calling, and he makes the catch.
All right, let's check out the Kaiser Wire Cam presented by Kaiser Permanente. It is a wire that goes down the left field line, but the camera itself can give you 360 high-def shots, 360 degrees. It's just such a cool look, a look that we've never really seen until we've seen the Kaiser Wire Cam.
Here's the DH, Gary Sanchez, the former Yankee. Takes a strike. Sanchez has had 3 at-bats in this series. He's 1 for 3. Drives this one down the left field line. He can still hit. Ramos does a good job of backhanding it and getting it back into the infield. And that'll bring up Frelick. First hit of the game, owned by Gary Sanchez.
Fastball trying to get in tight, and he spins on it. The only way you get to this pitch is if you're looking for him. He's right on top of the plate.
Here's Frelick. And Frelick takes very high.
First pitch out of the stretch, a little out of whack. And see how fast it takes for him to get it back into that same release point he had out of the windup.
Bounces this one foul. He's 1 for 7 in the first 2 games. Bouncing ball towards the bag. That's 1 and a pair. Bottom of the second coming up.
Alaska Airlines buy one, get one flight vouchers land at Oracle Park tomorrow. All fans and attendants will receive a BOGO voucher for you and a guest to fly with Alaska Airlines. Learn more and get tickets at sfgiants.com/Alaska.
Here's Chapman facing Frankie Montas. And he spins on this one and almost hits his buddy Matt Williams.
Don't be picking on the big Marine. Come on.
Matt's going to have to bring his glove. Coach third.
Let's take a look at the big Marine. Look out, big Marine.
He got his glove. That's in his back pocket. These are 2 old teammates going at it right here.
You're right. Spent a lot of time together in Oakland with the A's.
Two balls and a strike. The pitch 2-2.
And he's riding that slider right now, and you cannot place it on the corner any better than that. 10-game hit streak right now for Chapman.
Got a fastball up. Chapman likes those, and he fouls it back.
Yeah, Chapman, like a lot of guys, I mean, he likes the ball middle away. He likes to get extended. That's where the power is. But if he's looking in, I mean, he can get to that inside pitch even on the hands.
In the series, he's 2 hits and 7 at-bats. And one of those hits a home run, which happened yesterday. Goes the other way, a long run for Frelick. And he's going to get over there, make the catch, and then tumble up and over that sidewall. Nice play.
You know, when they put the nets up, we all thought it was going to be so much better because you're not worried about line drives and bats flying into the stands are going to protect the fans. But what we didn't consider was that it was going to protect the corner outfielders. Now you can be aggressive with momentum because if you go over the wall, that net's going to catch you.
And sprung right back. Here's Lamont Wade Jr.
It's the old two old teammates. You enjoy competing against the guy you liked.
Wade's got 2 lifetime hits off of Montas. He's 2 for 8, and both hits are home runs. Drives this one into center field, a base hit. Xfinity keeps Giants fans in the zone with the fastest speeds and a connection you can rely on in the biggest moments. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff.
I thought we covered that last night. There is no yawning in baseball.
Yeah, and Panda hats never get old. Encarnacion looks at a strike. A home run to the opposite field last night.
It's great. You watch Encarnacion's batting practice, a lot of right field, right field, right field.
I think it's a combination, Mike, of he definitely makes an effort to go to right field, but it's also part of his natural swing.
Yeah, he's inside the ball. And that's unique. A lot of power guys are pull hitters. He's not.
This is foul down the right field line. Remember, I had a teammate in the minor leagues. His name was Danny Covert, and he was as big as Encarnacion. And he hit the ball to right field as good as Encarnacion. And they definitely tried to change him because he was so big.
They wanted him to pull the ball.
And it messed them up. It really did. I mean, now he would be, he would be exactly what teams would want to get to the major leagues.
Set him down, set him down.
Pitch is outside.
Yeah, an easy take there on the 2-2 fastball. And the other thing, too, about that fastball, that wide away from the strike zone, doesn't set anything up.
Got him.
And in the end, he just...
That was a challenge.
Reared back and went country hardballing on him. I mean, that's just a no-respect fastball.
Yeah, those are the ones as a hitter. It ticks you up because it's not up. Here's the rook, Grant McCray. And a called strike.
Throwing sliders inside to lefties, throwing that cutter, taking out the outside location to lefties. good use of 2 pitches if you have that type of command.
All right, turn it up a notch. It's 0-2.
He's had 2 swing throughs on fastballs. I mean, that'll make you froggy. That'll make you think you could do that anytime you want.
Turn it up a little. In the dirt, 1-2.
Like Snell, winning pitcher in last night's game, 5 solid innings, 8 strikeouts. Helps they got 13 runs for him. Not that he needs 13.
Little chopper over the mound near the bag, and that'll end the inning. After 2, it's 0-0.
This telecast is brought to you by Planet Orange, effective eco-friendly pest control.
Good look at Alcatraz.
Yeah, built 1934. It's got some history.
Yes, it does. Here's Rhys Hoskins. Hoskins hooks this one. Foul.
It's a loud strike.
Got some changes in this Giants lineup. Fitzgerald is out of the game, so Wisely moves from second to short, and Luciano comes in to play second. So we'll see if we can get a word or two if anything happened to Fitzgerald. Hoskins takes a strike. Hoskins not hitting for average, but he sure is hitting for other things. 23 home runs, 71 driven in.
Here we go.
Here it's high. Joey Ortiz is on deck. Hoskins taps this one foul.
I like that stat on Rhys Hoskins. 27% of his hits, home runs.
Got him.
Good breaking ball. Well, 2,025 ticket memberships are available right now. And check out the plans. Go to sfgiants.com/memberships. and get on board for 2025.
Here's Ortiz, and he drives this one right at McRae, who barely has to move, and that's a quick out.
One pitch, one out.
And that'll bring up Terang. Terang is 0 for 5 in the series. And he takes Birdsong's pitch high. 1 ball and no strikes. Down and in. 2 balls and no strikes. Only 2 hits in the game, 1 for each team. Birdsong with a couple of strikeouts. As this is fouled out of play, and the one thing that everybody's keeping an eye on is, can he get through this game without walking a lot of people?
It's been his key.
And it's 2-2.
Good pitch. Terang, former first-round pick by the Brewers in 2018. And he's in the 9th spot. What is unique about his numbers is how many times have you seen a guy in the 9th spot in the lineup with 41 steals? Well, that's Bryce Terang.
Now, manager will sell that to Terang by saying, look, you're in the 2nd leadoff spot.
You're right. You get speed in the 9th spot, 1st spot, 2nd spot, which they have. It's a lot of speed.
Hit up the middle, work for Wisely, and he'll do it. And Terang can get down the line, but Wisely throws him out. Looked like it was. Yeah, I should have slowed it down a little bit.
Are seeming like they're